Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Cool. Ooh. Hello, hello. I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit. Hopefully, hopefully that's good. Alrighty. Painting a still life today. Be warned, I have not painted a still life in many moons. Many, many moons, like 2 years. uh, Goodness. But this is homework, so, you know, practice. I'm gonna hide this real quick, and I'm just gonna focus on getting my basic shapes in here. Sorry for moving the thing so much. Alright, so let's just sketch this boy out. like full opacity for this part. I'm supposed to only spend like 3 to 6 hours on this assignment, but oof. The universe knows what it is to be an artist, and the universe knows that that's not how perfectionist brains work. But I'm gonna try to stick to the 3 to 6 hour mark. So that's my goal. I'm kind of a slow painter because I'm like detail, get it all in. But I'm gonna try not to be that person today. Keyword try. We shall see how it goes. Right now I'm just kind of working on getting the scale and proportion and spacing of everything correct. And then we'll fix everything after I've got everything in place. Let's get my guy in. My spirit animal. Papyrus is the only optimal choice for me. I'm secretly Papyrus in disguise, but like the real Papyrus is way cooler. I was so happy when this figure came in the mail. I was like, ah, Papyrus is here! Look at those hips. My boy's not doing too bad for a skeleton. His foot's angled like that. Look at that leg all the way out there. Don't worry, I'll fix the ellipses later. I know I suck at them. I already know. I have spent the majority of art school without drawing them properly. And I have been working on them the entire time, I assure you. So I promise the issue will be resolved eventually. It might be 20 years from now. It might. But eventually. Because that's what progress means. So it's okay if the progress is like really slow. It's all good. Don't worry about it because you will get there. It might take 40 years to be able to draw ellipses, but I'm fine with that. Like, I don't think people aren't going to hire me because my ellipses suck. They're, you know, I've already gotten jobs and nobody's noticed so far. Did some indie studio work. Doing work at my own indie studio, too. And then, oh my god, I had a butt ton of commissions last year. That was amazing. Because, like, I don't know, before I came to art school, I was the kind of person who, like, I would do everything for free because I didn't think I was good enough to, I guess, sell real work. And I was like, nah, that's not me. I could never be a professional artist. Like, how could I ever dare call myself that, you know? But, no, I mean, I feel like we all feel like frauds sometimes, but especially because I didn't really have the skill set that I needed. I wasn't trained. I wasn't classically trained. I wasn't digitally trained. I didn't know what I was doing. I would draw characters all the time. I would draw creatures all the time. I would like make up costume ideas. I'd write entire universes surrounding a cast of characters. And I feel like that's how a lot of us start out. But if you're starting out that way, don't let it die there. Like, if you really, really enjoy doing that, definitely try to make a career out of it. Because you can get paid for that. I promise. The world can't survive without art. This little floof baby is like this. I guess in today's world, that's a lot easier to say. When I was younger, I didn't know being an artist was like a legit job. Like, I don't know. Like, when I imagined being an artist, people would say, well, what are you going to get paid to do? And I'm like, I don't know. Paint, maybe? I don't know. What do people want to pay for? Like, what does the world need? But nobody tells you that you can, like, design for movies or design entire video games and you don't have to program anything. Like, people don't tell you that. People don't encourage you when you're, like, in high school or, you know, as a kindergartner, they're like, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I'm just like, 5 or 6 year old me, let me just determine what I'm going to do for the rest of my life in this moment right now. It's actually really funny because when I was in kindergarten, I actually have like some projects from back when I was in kindergarten and I wrote down that I wanted to be an artist. I think that's hilarious because I didn't think it was instilled in me like all the way back then. I knew I wanted to be some kind of storyteller, but I didn't know I wanted to be an artist, so that's, I don't know. It's been in my blood for a very long time. Also, when I was in kindergarten, I said I wanted to go to Japan, but, like, I don't know why I wanted to go to Japan, because I watched anime, but I didn't know that anime was made in Japan when I was in kindergarten, so it's super weird that I wrote down art and Japan in the same project in kindergarten. Like, I find that very interesting. I don't think I have his face angle correct. I need to redraw this baby's little smooshin' right here. Yes. Let's... But Mama Shape, you're gonna go back and fix it later. I know, but this is what it is to be an artist. You're constantly criticizing yourself. I'm gonna just put a little loopy here for his chain and just a little nubbin here. Oh, nubbin is a little too big. It's covered by fur. And then we got a little bitty nubbin here. And there's a bow underneath him, but I feel like I'm gonna end up painting like just a couple of striped shapes and be done with it. I feel like it's not gonna be that noticeable. He looks crooked, little baby. Little baby. And then he's not quite covering. You know what? It's the controller. That's the one that's messing it up. I think the angle is okay. You know what? This needs to come out more. And a little papyrus. I think that's about right. I had like the dumbest question in class yesterday. I was like, because my instructor was like talking about how people like to plagiarize their still lifes for this assignment, and I'm like, how do you plagiarize something that you are literally copying? And he's like, I'm glad you asked. And he goes into depth explaining, like, people will, like, paint on top of or trace their reference photo. And I'm like, oh, okay. I can see how that would be, like, the digital version of plagiarism. That makes a lot more sense now that you put it into English for me. Ooh, that tangent, though. I can't believe this reference photo got approved. That's okay. I might, like, adjust it. I don't know. Maybe I won't adjust it, because if I do that, then he'll know I adjusted it. Little chain chompy. You know what? This chain chompy, I found outside. I went to a doctor's appointment, and, like, it was freezing outside, but I was, like, a whole hour early because I'm a dunce and can't read clocks for some reason. So I got to my appointment like an hour early. My partner and I, we went for a walk outside because they have this like nice little walking path, sidewalk, and there's like this cute little fountain, and we were walking around the fountain, and I found this chain chomp, and I was like, well, this was absolutely in a dog's mouth. I'll just wrap it up in some tissues and take it home with me. Wash it when I get home. And now he lives with me. Not in a dog's mouth. Not on the park ground. And look at that big, cheesy, toothy smile. He's happy about it. He's glad he doesn't have to stay out in the winter cold. He's like, he's vibing. He's vibing in my nice warm house. And you know what? This is my upstairs, which is like the hottest region of my house because heat rises and all that junk. So like, he's warm. He's warm. He's very well cared for. He's loved. These are the things that matter. I might paint outside this box, but low-key ignore it. I'm just kind of messy sometimes. But I feel like that's okay. I don't think these are straight up and down. I think these are angled. Yeah, they're like angled slightly. So like, I'm just gonna try to mimic the angle with some digital assistance. I think that's too far. That's probably about right. For those who do not know, I am using Control J, which is something that was taught to me in my materials painting class. I was painting cubes. It was a very good but hardcore class. If anyone recognizes me and goes to my school, you know what I'm talking about. But I had jacks, so references for students. God, I like lost track of what stripe I'm on. Let's see. That's the point. That's the inside. This comes out. This is an inside, and I need it to be kind of close. And then this one. It's gonna be further, like over here, and then it's just like right here, and then there's one all the way over here, like at the edge of the nubbin. And there's another one like right next to it. There's like a teeny tiny crack. I'm actually gonna shave it down a little bit so that the line is thinner, because it's a teeny tiny nubbin. Alright, Control E to collapse my layers into the same layer. And we're gonna get them the butt stuff off the switch. I like to sketch with a big brush because, I don't know, I feel like if I use a smaller one, it'll just kind of get in the way. I'll try to add a bunch of detail way too early because I'm like, oh, I have a small enough brush to do so. And, like, that's just not necessary. We need big, big strokes, you know? So, small enough to draw lines, big enough to not focus on detail, because this is the scribble stage. Alrighty. Let's see, we got an angle like this, so let's just try to mimic the angle. I feel like that's about right, but just so I don't go too far, let's go ahead and make this vertical one. There. Nope, too far. I'm doing this, by the way. I'm doing the artist thing, but like I promise it's a real tool. See what I did there? I transformed it. That's how you keep the same angle. Okay. Something happened there. Oh, you know what? I actually don't want the same angle because I just remembered to pay attention. Yes. What is my Photoshop doing? I just realized that they all go to a vanishing point, all the horizontal lines. So I will do those in a moment. I'm going to take care of the easy stuff real quick. Ah. Something is happening with my Photoshop. My undo button is not responding. File, edit, undo, layer visibility. Okay. What is happening? You know what? Let me do a thing real quick. Scratch discs. Let's not do that. And then also, I don't think it was under history log. Oh, performance. History states. We're gonna set that baby up all the way. Okay, well, I don't think that adds my history states now, but I should be able to undo as many times as I friggin' feel like it. Oof. The more I look at this controller, the more I hate it. There comes perfectionist, mama she. Three to 6 hours. Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? Not you. You know better. My 2 viewers, thank you for joining me on this friggin' trip. Oof. Hello, Necrosplice. I just saw you come up in my chat. Oh, that's weird. Chatbox isn't even working on my OBS. That's super weird. Huh. Well, if that's the case, then I'm gonna just hide it, because more screen space. But no, I know it doesn't need to be perfect. I don't know. Perfectionism just kind of comes with the territory when you're an artist and you're like, oh, it's not good enough. but it's all good. Necro, are you at work right now? I just kind of assumed that you were. Oof. Alright, I will have to round that boy out later. Ah. Nah, I can't wait till later. It needs to be rounded now. Like, I don't know. I feel like if you have like a really solid underdrawing that when you go to paint it, it'll be fine. Oh, I got you. Well, that's good and bad. Are you supposed to work out for that long? I don't know. I do like super light workouts when I exercise. Like really light. Like 20 minutes at most. I'm not good. Not good. That is not. I think those are going down to a vanishing point too. Yeah, they're not quite the same angle, so I might need to like ever so subtly. Also, let's just go ahead and get these boys in. Oh, well, already have an issue. The left side looks correct, but you know what? The controller is gigantinormous because I keep editing it. There it is. I should probably label these layers, but meh. Hopefully that fixes some things. Got an angle like this. It's all about you. Ah, got you. You know what I've been doing lately? I got myself some 8-pound weights, which, you know, noob weights for noob lifters. Which I'm not a noob. I mean, I was on my high school football team, but I haven't lifted in like 10 years. So, 8-pound weight. But I got an 8-pound weight, and it's just one. And I do this thing where I lift it up. I don't know if you can see. Like, you lift it up like this, and you do like 20 reps of that, and then you take it in front of your chest, and you do 20 reps of that, and you just switch back and forth a couple of times. And my arms actually still hurt from yesterday's, but I am the definition of noodle. Like, when you look up ramen in the dictionary and it's like the cheap ramen, that's me. By the way, Necro, because you're the only one talking to me right now, so I can't tell. Can you hear the music I'm playing in the background? Is it playing for you? Nice. I don't remember what I used to deadlift. I remember not liking deadlifting. Benching was okay. I did leg lifts like a maniac, though. I was like leg lifting 200 to 300 pounds. I was leg lifting as much as the linemen seniors on my team back when I was in high school. But I mean, female bodies develop differently than man bodies, so Instead of that arm strength, I got leg strength. Ah, I should just do this. It's a little low. I wonder if I turn it up just a little bit. Okay, I turned the volume up. Let me know if you can still hear me. Yes! Oh my god. Nobody tells you that being a professional artist, like, is gonna mess up your whole body. Like, oh my god. Since I joined art school, I've gained, like, an extra 50 pounds, not even kidding. Because I work a desk job, and then I'm at my desk drawing all the time also, and, like, nobody tells you that that's gonna happen. No one's like... You know, people are mostly concerned, like, you shouldn't be an artist because you'll be in crippling debt and you'll just be a starving artist. And it's like, can we stop using that term? Because it's... Do you understand how important art is? But then we don't talk about the real reasons to not be an artist. Like the mental health concern and the health concern. And you have to, like, really, really want it to be able to work this hard for it. And people don't understand that we work really freaking hard. People are like, no, you're doing what you love, so obviously you're having a good time. And it's like, you know what? Sometimes it's a good time. But when we have to deal with people who don't understand, who mistreat us, who just don't take us seriously in general, it's not fun anymore. There's definitely something wrong with my photo. Let's see. First of all, this piece needs to go up higher. Actually, I think all the layers need to. Okay, the left side's actually kind of accurate, but this side... I think that's closer. And then... Gotcha. Yeah, it's a horrible, horrible balance to try to keep mental health versus physical health, and not really, I don't know, especially when you don't know how to balance them, that's like the worst. This needs to come up a little more. I think that's good. I think a little guy here needs to come up more. He might just be a little too big. I'm kind of looking at him. I think I drew him too big. Just a little bit. I think that's okay. But you know, here... and this little floof baby. I need to come over more, cover that controller more, and leave more room on the switch display. And you know what? That sheep feels crooked again. Why is this little baby so hard to draw? And you know what else? I thought I fixed baby's face, but it still looks like it's wrong to me. Oops. Phew. This eye is like all the way over here. I'm gonna be honest, this is not my normal playlist. I don't really know what's playing. Like, I didn't fully vet all the songs. I just kind of looked for some copyright-free music of my general preferred genre. But, like, I don't even know what this song is. Let's see if I can skip it. Sure, I like this. We'll go with this one. I'm pretty picky when it comes to music. I didn't used to be, oh my gosh. Why? Oh, let's see. Is this not high enough? I have gone into perfectionist mode. I'm sorry. I have failed myself. Oh, I mean, I guess that's true, but I don't know. I was told to, you know, try to have uncopyrighted music just in case. Because you never know when your streams are gonna get big. They can get big, I guess, randomly. You never know how many people are gonna join and who's gonna be there and who's gonna want to share your stream, apparently, because that's a thing. I'm a super Twitch noob too, so I don't know all the things. I just hear about some of the things. But I've heard of like your I guess your video or your stream can get taken down if you don't follow the rules. You know, I feel like this is about right. I think I'm gonna leave the sketch here. Sketch. Okay, now that I have my basic shapes in, oops, actually, let's do one thing at a time. Let's do the easiest part first. Let's get a little round boy. Alrighty. He is pretty circular. Let's see if we can find his color. He is a darker value than the matte, so let's start with the matte. Let's go darker from there. Like slightly darker. Oops. I'm gonna say that's a pretty good base. And got my trusty splatter brush, because that's all I use, mostly. And gonna turn my opacity down like an insane person. That's also part of my process. Oh wow. Yeah, you know what? This might actually need to come up more. Let's try that. Yeah, okay, I'll use that as the base, why not? And you know what, let's go to 11 opacity. Let's give him like a kind of a scratched up feeling. He's got some darkness here. I feel like my painting method is like unconventional, because like I don't even bother with like value picking. I start with a base value and then everything else just ends up I just use black. I just go straight to black and lower the opacity, and I just layer the blacks until I've got the effect I want. Let's get that lined up a little bit better. Got some reflection and some shadow happening up here. A little darker here. Oh, oops. Well, I may as well combine the layers. I've already messed up. Congratulations, me. Some darker bits here. But yeah, I don't see this taking 3 to 6 hours. I see this taking probably the rest of my day. But, I mean, if I can get this done today and not have to work on it tomorrow, that would be a dream come true. I have other stuff I want to do tomorrow anyway. We'll see. It's a testament to my education, I guess. Let's see how good I am based on the education that my school has given me. It's nice to be able to blame the Institute, isn't it? Partially my fault, though, if I suck, because, I mean, well, it's mostly my fault. It's absolutely my fault. Let's go to white, and let's set it to, like, 2, because white is, like, really, really bright in this. Let's get rid of that, and let's give it its own shape. It's probably gonna be, yeah, that's a good base, why not? We'll paint over that. That way we're not so translucent. Oops. Oh, little Chompy Buddy looks so much happier in the picture. Let's try and mimic his big toothy joy. Sometimes I feel the method the school has taught us isn't the most effective or based on a reasoning I don't agree with. But that's what happens when you have so many teachers. You find stuff you do and don't like. I agree. Like, you're not always going to find a teacher that works well with you. I've definitely had a lot that don't. But part of the schooling process for me was learning how to learn, which is a weird phrase to say, but if you can learn how to learn and adapt in so many different ways, like, you're kind of more versatile, and that's not a bad thing. But, you know, while you're so focused on learning how to learn that maybe you're not actually learning. I don't know. I had to figure out how to juggle both. But yeah, like, teachers, like, I don't know. For example, I guess every instructor has a different method of how to draw a figure, just for figure drawing in general. Everyone has their own method, and they're not always good methods, unfortunately. Yeah. I am not on my handy dandy good brush. And that got white really fast, which is why I usually turn the opacity super low. That's okay, I'll turn this whole layer down in a minute. Yeah, sure. That looks alright. I need to go to the restroom. So I will be right back. I am back. Let's see. Oh, I've already been streaming for a whole hour. Yeah, this is definitely gonna take more than 3 to 6 hours. Oh, oops. No wonder that wasn't working. Let's turn that down to 4. It's gonna be a little too bright. A little specular light. Part of the eyeball is going to be a little bit brighter. And then we have some reflective surfaces happening over here. I'm going to set my splatter brush to erase as well, but I'm going to leave it at like a really low opacity so I can kind of get the same shape I'm after if I'm trying to erase. Isn't rounded enough. Or maybe it was. It's got a very reflective lip here. This part needs to be lighter, and we have quite the reflective surface down here. Let's get rid of the sketch real quick so we can kind of see it a little more clearly. Ooh, that is just popping. It's always fun to be proud of the like steps you take, because the final product you might like think is garbage. Like, hooray, I'm done. It's not good, but it's done. This needs to be a little more gradual. There's a tiny lip here. Just soften this out, make it a little less scratch looking. This needs to be a little smoother. Oh, shoot. Oops. There we go. You will notice I use a butt ton of layers when I paint. And this needs to be curved like this. This lip has a bit of a darker value. And I will take it back to 4. And actually, I see. Needs to step outside the circle. You know, now that I stop and think about it, I have never done a digital still life. I've done digital portraits, I've done digital figures, I've done digital materials. I think this is my first still life. Out of curiosity, Necrospice, what is your approach? I just feel like my approach is faster for me, but I don't know if it works for others. Maybe I shouldn't put that on the same layer. I don't know if I'm gonna like it. About there. Solid round brush underpainting, very loose sketch. I try to block in the whole still life in the first 5 to 10 minutes. Oh yeah, I did that. I did that already. I started with a sketch. And I don't know. I started with a shape. I mean, that was, I guess, my block in. I don't know. Oh, block in values? I've done that method before. I mean, I don't turn my nose up at it. I don't know. I just kind of, I was feeling this little guy, so I went for him. But yeah, I don't think our methods are all that different, to be honest. But matter of perspective, I guess I'd have to see you actually doing it. Alright, and then right here it curves. Like a lot. Ew, I need to fix that. This goes up. Ooh, that is a really steep curve, actually. My eye struggles with painting single things and expanding out. I mess up a lot and need to see everything in relation to one another to correct it. Way my brother taught me, but goes to show you can get epic work regardless of your style. That is true. I've seen lots of different work styles. I don't know. I feel like I hyperfixate on certain parts sometimes, and I'm like, ooh, that flower vase. I need to get on that flower vase, or maybe I'm just like not looking forward to the hands. Maybe I should start on the fingers now before I hate myself later. Let's actually turn this white up to 11. Tell if I got the value right on this. I can't. Oh, it shows up much better on that monitor. Yeah, that looks better. Light's coming from this direction, so gonna get a dip. And then it's kind of scattered over here. Let's go back to 4 opacity. Kind of make this line lighter in general. And then back to 11. We'll go here. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm a save-aholic, so every so often you'll see my file start saving, and that's because I'm like, Control S, Control S, Control S. I do it a lot. But I'm like terrified of losing my work. But you know, I once read something that the kids who grew up with Pokemon, me, are save-aholics, and like we save Word documents frequently, and like we save our Photoshop files, and anything we're ever working on, we save, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but it's definitely a habit, like a noticeable habit. Okay, well now I can go fix this other part. I think this happened when I copy and pasted it. Oh, I'm not on pure black. No wonder that's not working out for me. Trauma from losing your progress after hours of playing? Probably. I don't doubt it. That probably is where it comes from. But I remember my partner, he was taking the Game 250 course at our school. The like drawing boot camp thing where you had to draw like 50 heads every week. And he was so burnt. He was so tired of it. And he stayed up late, like, every night doing it. And just to, like, get it done. And they were all good heads. And he hadn't saved in 12 hours. And he was using my laptop at the time. I think we were, like, we ordered his computer online, and we were still waiting for it to arrive, I believe, or something might have been wrong with his computer. I can't remember, to be exact, but I told him, like, you don't have to go out to the school campus, like, you know, save your time and money and just use my laptop, it's fine. Well, you know, I see my laptop open, you know, on the kitchen table, And I'm like, hey, like, are you done with it? Is it okay if I do some of my work on here? And he's like, yeah, sure, go ahead. And like, I go to close his file, and it says, do you want to save before closing? And I was like, hey, do you need to save this file? Like, should I hit save or should I just close it? And he's like, nah, just close it. It's fine. Like, I'm sure it's fine. It wasn't fine. He didn't save in 12 hours, so I deleted all of his work. So, on our drawing tablets, when we got them, oh, sorry, I think there's something in my eye. When we got our drawing tablets in the mail, because we ordered those too, I set all of his hotkey buttons to save. So no matter what button he hit on accident, it would always save. No matter what. There was no undo, there was no redo, there was no brush button. Everything was save. Top button, save. Bottom button, save. Any of the in-betweens, they all save the file. And to this day, I still don't think he uses them, but he knows that they're there and they're set to save. And that's what I care about. Ew. Goodness, sorry, my eye. But yeah, that was a time. Let's actually put this on a different, well, nah, it's fine on this layer, I guess. Similar to something that happened to my brother when he was interning at a company. I know there's a way to access the temp files, but I forgot how to do it. Oh, that sucks. Especially if you're doing a job, like it's not just for work, or not just for school, I mean. Like if you're getting paid to do it, that's even worse. I'm so sorry to your brother. Super oof. This is too bright. Let's go down to 2 opacity. I feel like you could look that up on Google though, like how to access the temporary files. I feel like Google's been my lifesaver since the pandemic started, because I can't always rely on someone to teach me something. Was Google not helpful at the time, or didn't think of using it maybe? Straight black. Actually, Excuse me. Just giving it some scratches. Some cosmetic issues. Nah, not quite where I want it to be. It was around 9 years ago for him, so he just pulled another all-nighter and did 20 hours of work and ate. Oh my god. He said it looked identical, but that he learned his lesson. It was caused by a brownout. Is that different than a blackout, or did you mean blackout? I'm legitimately curious. I'm not trying to call out mistakes. I get so lost in painting. Blackout means the power goes off completely. Brownout is when the power flickers on and off, which can cause more damage. I don't know if that's ever actually happened to me. Wow. Did not know that was a thing. You taught me something new today. Ugh, I feel like I need to be done with this little chain chomp baby if I'm gonna end up getting to the rest of my painting, like, at all. His eye looks weird, though. I don't like it. I'm gonna start a new layer and try to fix it. I don't know, maybe it's good enough? Maybe it's not noticeable? Can't tell, but I do know that this lip needs to be defined a little bit more. It's like such a thin stripe. Something about this little highlight, just, I'm so dissatisfied. Got it on 2 opacity though, so we're gonna figure it out. these scratches a little more subtle. Erase them out a little bit. I feel like mine is a lot more defined than the reference photo. Let me try. I'm gonna do a thing. Ooh, right there. Let's see with that one on. You know what? He looks like he has a dent on his right side. I think I need to fix my boy a little bit. Just a little. Just so he doesn't feel so broken. Okay. Just right here, I think. You know what? And there's a nice dark reflective stripe right here. I am a heavy-handed painter, so sometimes my values come out a little too dark. But I always remember to like lighten them a bit in the end. It's weird, but I feel like the darker things are, the more realistic they come out. I mean, it's not always true, but it's true a lot of the times. Almost. Promise I'm going to move on in a minute. Am I promising you or am I promising myself? Who knows, but I'm making the promise, so that means it's happening, right? It's a step in a hopeful direction. That's what matters. Okay, I need to call this part done, otherwise I'm not gonna get to the rest. So here's my little chain chompy. Just gonna whoop, collapse them into one layer because I am an idiot. Chain chompy BB. And something that I do in my workflow is I always make the layer blue when it is done. All right, let's bring back that sketch. Whew. I feel good about him. Oh, you know what? I didn't do his chain, actually. Which probably won't be that big a deal, I don't think. Oh, my opacity is 4. It's like, I don't know why it's not doing anything. There we go. Oh. I need to zoom in on that. I didn't. There are like links in the chain chomp that I didn't even see. Oof. My brain can't process this very well. Okay. Start with the one that I can actually see pretty well. This angle. This angle. And this angle. And this angle. Make this one a little lighter. And then there's one more hiding in the shadow. And it's like this. But it's like, I don't know, I feel like it won't matter that much, at least. I hope it doesn't matter. Oh, wait. There we go. I just realized I need $1,300 if I want to buy all the songs from a group I like in Bandcamp? I mean, yes, support the artist, but that's a lot of money, and I feel like your education is more important than that. And you spend a lot of money on your education. Do they not have, like, I don't know, an option where you can, like, buy whole albums for cheaper, maybe? It's probably a really stupid question, but I'm asking it anyway. It's a lot of music, like a lot. The albums are $7 a piece, but it's like 200 of them. Just wanted to have the whole collection. Maybe, like, buy them over time. Just an idea. Like maybe you spend $7 on one album this week. Maybe. Just a suggestion. It's a scary amount of money for music. I said I wasn't gonna go back to Chain Chomp, and I feel like I lied to myself. I knew better. I knew better than to trust myself. What have I done? I'd say I've created a monster, but I've always been a monster, so it's fine. It's fine. I am who and what I am, and I have to just embrace that. Besides, I'm not hurting anyone else with my monstrosity, am I? Maybe. It is to be seen. Dang, I am getting an appetite. I'm not usually hungry around this time. Okay, but I like him a lot more now. Oh, but maybe he doesn't match the reference anymore. I don't know. Well. Oops. Did I just curve this tooth? No, it was already curved. My brain's playing tricks. Okay, time to do the thing I actually set out to do. Hooray! Get in on this chain, Chompy. Just the chain, though, not the Chompy. Chompy is done. We are done with Mr. Chomps. Sir Chomps a lot. Is it like uncouth of me to eat during a stream? If I were to get a snack and start crunching into the microphone, is that acceptable streaming behavior? I feel like I need some stream police to guide me. Oh, I didn't quite draw these right, but that's okay. At least he knows I'm not plagiarizing. Because it's not 100% accurate. Oh, I didn't know my brush was so high up. Let's do 11. Got some heavy cast shadow business happening here. Right up in here. Fuel thyself. Don't talk with your mouth full. Got it. All right. Oh, I forgot I had candy in here. Oh. I haven't had candy in years, and I recently bought candy, and it was like $1 because it's like Valentine's whatevers. They're halal gummies because it's the Haribo brand, so I can actually have them. It's super nice. Halal just means it doesn't have like the gelatin, and it doesn't come from pig. For those who don't know. But like, they're all red, and red is my favorite flavor. And some of them are sour, and some of them are sweet, and like, I wish this candy existed all the time. I was so excited to find them. did not get the right value with this. Actually, I don't think this is even round enough. Well, now it looks odd. I think that's better. I feel like this track played already. Sure. Sure, why not? I feel like this candy is just making me hungrier. It's not actually, like, helping. I feel like this is kind of hard to paint in the context of, like, not adding my cast shadows yet. Like, on the ground. It's just like a free-floating object. But I want to do the cast shadows last. Maybe I should have done the cast shadows first? I don't know, but I feel like they'd be inaccurate. I'd just end up, like, repainting them, or maybe just tweaking them. I don't know. Let's give them... Let's turn it up a little bit. No. I just didn't paint it very well, it looks like. It's not the right shape. Oops. It's not even at the right angle, but I don't know, it doesn't feel like the right material. Think more diffuse. Yeah, I'm seeing that. I am clearly not good at this. But that's okay. I don't need to be good. I just need to get through it, I think. How's your portfolio coming, by the way? Or have you not made progress on it since the last time I saw it? Because, I mean, I saw it, like, kind of recently. I think I need these, cast shadows underneath. Orthos are annoying and working on a creature sketch for it. Okay. Something that may help with your orthos. I don't know what reference you use for your like main figure sketch, but a lot of times you can find like a 3D model just to like help with the ortho, I guess, if that makes sense. Like if you can find a 3D model in the same like generic 3/4 standing pose that you've got, that can help to make it easier, and then you just like use that for reference and you sketch over that instead of trying to draw everything from memory. I don't know, the more reference the better most of the time, but I'm not you, so I don't know what your best process is. What the heck am I listening to? Alrighty, I guess I'll let it play. Yeah, it looks much better with the cast shadow, but still doesn't feel plasticky enough, I guess. I think I'm too worried about separating everything with value, and now... I got a model from someone. It's just not the fun part of designing. I don't mind the 3/4 front and back, but getting everything else to match sucks. I understand that. I don't know. I think I mentioned this before to you, but I have done a butt ton of orthos just because of, like, the time I, over the past year, worked at an indie studio remotely. I did some creature designs for their game, and everything had to be to certain specs because of the engine that they're using, and the style of game that they're doing is very, very simplistic, so I had to lower the detail and enlarge, like, basic shapes, which made the orthos a little easier, but it was still kind of difficult when it came to the detailed shapes. They wanted a front, back, side. If it was asymmetrical, I had to include both sides. And then they also wanted specifically an isometric or 3/4 to get, like, the whole of the design in full color with callouts. It was fun. It was really fun. And I would still be working for them today if they didn't run out of money. I actually still have a contract open with them, but they told me not to start working on it yet because they can't pay me. So I was like, okay, well, tell me when you can pay for it. I've already signed it. I've already, like, gathered my references for it, so I'm ready to start when you're ready to pay. It's probably gonna be a while. They're, like, restructuring their whole company right now. What is this music? I don't appreciate this. No. Oh, this one's kind of nice. Maybe I should just zoom in on these links a little more. Okay, I see what I'm doing wrong. Let me take this link by link. Got some of my darks in a little too heavily, of course. Such is the way of my painting style. Okay. I'm gonna just take this solid color. Oh, maybe not. Put it at 40%. 30% maybe? A little too. Not good at control. I'm not a real painter. I'm always dealing with imposter syndrome. That's cool of them to give you the heads up. Some places would tell you to work and tell you at the end. Oh no, that's bull patty. Like, what? That's not even right. Like, how could you? How could they, I guess? Not you specifically. You didn't do it. But you know what I mean, like... The hell? don't know. That's like saying, hey, I'm going to pay you for your work, and then you're like all ready and you straight up turn it in because you signed a contract for it. So you're not worried about like, I'm not going to get paid for it. So you go ahead and turn it in. They get their deliverable and then they're like, we're not going to pay you? That sounds awful. How even? I don't know. For those that work a normal job, it's the equivalent of you clocking in, working your entire shift, and then at the end of the shift, they say, by the way, you're fired, and you're not going to get paid for this shift. This entire shift. The entire, like, 8 to 12 hours that you just clocked in for. That's the equivalent. It's bullcrap. What is this music? It sounds like an advertisement. I don't want this in my playlist. This is fun. I could do the fun. Ugh, I am about to just stop on this chain because I feel like it's not as important as I'm putting stock in. Ooh, this jam is super cute. It's like Spyro and Crash Bandicoot had a baby in an elevator because it's also elevator music-y. This track is so cute. Alrighty. Oh. Ugh. I keep telling myself I'm done. I'm such a liar to myself. Sorry. I had to go back to Shane Chompy. Fix his little edge bumpies. He was having some issues. Okay. Dang, what a difference. What a cutie patootie. We're just gonna upgrade him to Sir Chomps. Oh, I just realized you can't see me naming my layers. Well, that sucks. His name is Sir Chomps in the layers. Except... Whew. That would have been a bad mistake. I'll just give him a folder. I should have done that to begin with. shadow. These could probably collapse. Yeah, this is the actual chain. There we go. Chomps. I'll give him a blue folder. Bloop. Okay. Oh, goodness. Let's see. Oh, wow. I've been streaming for 2 hours. Yeah, just the chain chomp took me 2 hours. There's no way I'm going to do the rest of this in 1 to 4 hours. Alright. I desperately need to snack on something. So, I shall return. Actually... Ooh. Just doing something real quick before I grab a snack. I always forget how to add friends on Discord. Interesting. He said I could also find her here. This person? AAU staff. Oof. Send friend request. Cool. Sorry, I'm working on like recruiting an animator for the game I'm building. Anyway, I am gonna be right back. Dang. Yeah, I just grabbed a bowl of chips, just something to hold me over. It's a weird time for me. I'm not usually... Hi, babies. I'm not usually hungry around this time, but, I don't know. Feeling it. Definitely feeling it. How are you, Nerd Bird? Working up a sweat. It's going okay. Don't be too nervous. I promise I kind of know what I'm doing, but not really. I mean, my chain chompy looks okay. I'm using the isolation method. So, like, I did this really horrible scribble sketch and just kind of got proportions and angles and general sketching. And then go in and fill it up with paint. Yeah. Necro and I were actually talking a little bit earlier about different painting techniques, and I mean, as long as you get to your final result, you know, it'll be alright. It'll be alright. Oops. Yes. Yeah, there's not a lot of decision making when it comes to painting from reference. If I get carried away, I do object-to-object rendering, right? Yes, that's what happens with me. But normally I try to behave and do basic block-ins before any rendering. I try to do that method. It's okay, but I don't know. I'm kind of just in a chill mood. Like, I'm usually really anxious about getting on stream. I'm usually really anxious about starting an assignment. But right now, I'm like, I just feel like painting. And, like, painting that chain chomp, I went into perfectionist mode, but who cares? Because I had fun doing it. And, yeah, like, I didn't have, like, homework anxiety about it. So, I'm going to just keep doing it this way. Until the anxiety sets in, I'm just going to let myself have it. But I'm also really happy because, like, I have Marius as my instructor. I don't know if you, because I know you did a lot of your stuff online, so I don't know if you recognize that name, but he's apparently super awesome at teaching, and so I'm excited to have him. But he is allowing us to yoink our own reference, and so I was like, hey, can we take our own pictures if we can't find reference that we like? And he's like, you gotta email them to me, and I gotta approve them. So, like, I was back and forthing with him, like, not for a terribly long time last night, but just until he would give me his stamp of approval. Yes. So, I took, like, a butt ton of photos, and then this was the one that he was like, nope, this one works, you can use this one. And I was like, yes. And I think he only had like he had 3 criteria. 4 criteria. Had to be 5 objects. The objects had to be different shapes, and they had to be different materials, and the photo had to have good lighting. 4 criteria. I forgot how to count. I'm an artist, not a mathematician. Oof, that is way too bright. Something like that. Oops. You know, it's funny that you mentioned glass. Excuse me, because in the original that I sent him, hold on, let me grab it. In the original photo that I sent him, this little guy was going to be one of the objects, actually, instead of the chain chomp. And he said that it was too large. He told me to find something smaller to replace it. Chain chomp was like slightly smaller, like that much smaller, but it worked for some reason. So, but I was like actually excited about painting like the glass and the reflective surfaces, and like the screen on the Nintendo Switch is kind of reflective against that, and so I thought the photo came out really nice, and he was like, nah, find something different, find something smaller. And I was like, oh, well, maybe I'll just give myself a break and not paint glass, because I don't have something smaller that's also glass. How to paint something that isn't there. Right? But I was excited for the challenge. I actually really wanted to do it. I never really had an opportunity to paint glass. So, I don't know. Excuse me. I was excited for the challenge, but I don't think he really saw it that way. He was just like, nah, the composition's bad. I was like, oh. Oh, I read your comment wrong. I thought you said you drank glass in your cubes class, and I was like, but you're alive now. I'm so glad you're here. Survivor of glass or survivor of cubes? They're almost the same thing, right? Both. Oh. Oops. Cubes class was a time, though. I just remember not sleeping a lot. I remember crying a lot. You think you stressed him out? How did you stress him out during cubes and color and light? Poor Marius. Was it because of your method, or were you not turning in homework? Oh, you know what? I don't think that's... Sketch not accurate. I barely did any work, but he really liked the work I did do. I barely passed, but both the finals came out to A's. Well, then why does it even matter? Oh, wait, you said your final came out to an A, so that doesn't necessarily mean that your end grade was an A. I see. But clearly if you got an A on the final, you knew enough of what you were doing. So maybe it wasn't as big a deal. I don't know, I'm just guessing. I passed both classes with a C minus. That sounds about right. That sounds like a fair grade. For someone who, like, didn't do all the work, yeah. Whoa, my music just, like, cut to a different track on its own. Goodness. Shoop. Sure, we'll do this song. Ah. Here is Le Bouton. I'll give him like a much lighter. It's kind of a... Nah, that's a bad idea. Sure. Why not? Angle's kind of like that. But not quite so dramatic. Almost tempted to tease him and do all the homework again and then resubmit it. So rude. Dang, Necro. Marius is super nice. I don't know how I feel about you bullying him. Let's use the same base color as the face. Actually, yeah, it's fine. Something like that. I hope you guys can't hear my crunching. My super crunch. ASMR? If only. Crunch is needed to break down and begin sustenance process. The word crunch, seeing it in text, reminded me of Kronk, and I have to say this. Marius keeps a meme on his desktop, and it's... I wonder if I can find it real quick. Hold on. But it's just the face. Hold on, hold on, hold on. He has this as a teeny tiny PNG on his desktop. Teeny tiny. And he was like, he's in the middle of the lesson, and like we had a lot of tangents for the first day yesterday, because he's like, the first day and the last day are the shortest days. Like, I'll probably let you guys out early because I've run out of content, you know, to like give you guys, it's, you know, what are we gonna talk about on the first day or the last day? You know, aside from the lecture, because we're not gonna, there's no critique. So I just see this on his desktop, and I was like, can I interrupt you real quick for like a completely non-related comment? And he's like, sure, go ahead. Like, he's just super nice about it. I'm like, you have a tiny Kronk on your desktop. And he goes back to his desktop, and he's very proud of it. He tells us the story about like how he uses it so frequently in like his Discord and social media chats, and like he likes to throw it up, and he never wants to lose it, so he leaves it on his desktop. And he has other students in the class who have had him before, and like they know him really well. This is my first time with the instructor. And the other students are like, every semester you have a different background, you have different icons, the lower bar of your computer is different, you know, but the one thing that is a constant is that Kronk PNG stays in the same spot in your icons list. It made me so happy. It made me so happy. And I 100% do not regret pointing it out. Did you make these little bird emotes, or... I'm super new to Twitch, so I don't know what's actually on here. I haven't checked. You made them! Oh, that makes me happy. Oh, you made all of these! Nerd bird, they're so cute! I need a better music list. I don't even know what's happening right now, but I am not happy about it. Hold on. Oh, it doesn't want to play that one for some reason. Interesting. Yes! I can't wait for a time when I'm like ready to make my own emotes. I made all the UI on here. Here, let me I'm gonna scrub through them so you're not gonna see my face for a minute. This one, and then this one, and this one. Yeah. I had a good time making all those. Oh, thank you! It actually, once I figured out the size dimensions and how to, like, implement them, it actually wasn't that hard. I recommend cry chambers, but I really doubt you'd like it. Cry chambers? Like places where you go to cry? Like to have a temper tantrum? Necrosplice, please elaborate. Oh, cryo! I still need to look that up. I don't know what that is. Cryo chamber. Hello, Google. Oh, it's, gotcha. That's a music thing. Wait, why do you think I wouldn't like it? It's dark ambient music. Okay. Yeah. I'm not into, like, super dark stuff, but I appreciate you. Oh, hold on. I see what I'm doing wrong here. That's why it doesn't look right. There's, like, space between the links. I'm just getting the general shapes in right now. Which is not hard, but it's tedious as butts. Songs of a Forgotten World is one I have on repeat a lot for the past few weeks. Are these copyright free, Necro? Am I allowed to... Is it part of the streaming rules? Am I allowed? I really feel like we just need stream police to come in and tell us, like, you can't do that. You can do that. Instead of finding out later that I, like, illegally streamed someone's music. They wait till later. Yeah, because they're like, they're not monitoring your stream while you're streaming. And like, instead of, you know, telling you, like, you know, when cops catch you in the act, oftentimes they'll give you a warning. But I feel like with like YouTube and streaming, they just take it down. They're like, there is no warning. All the work you did, for nothing, because we're deleting you. We're deleting your work. Just dishonor on your whole life. You're not allowed to keep what you did. Not even the memory of, you know, your mistake. It's just all taken down. All right, I think I might be ready to start painting! Hooray! I have my shapes in. Let's get the big fluffy part done first. Let's go back to my preferred brush. It's an annual... Oh, wait. Whoa. I missed some stuff. I don't think it's copyright free, but it's what I used when I was streaming and I did like 8 to 10 hour streams. Wow! I actually don't know how long this stream's gonna end up being. I'm just gonna stream until either my homework's done or until I'm dead. One of those two is going to happen. It's an annual fee, but one-time download. Check out artlist.io. I've heard of them. They are all over my YouTube advertisements. You can download up to 40 songs a day. You get a lifetime license for the songs. I think I might have a referral coupon if you want to do that. I thought it was supposed to be free. They say it's free. I don't remember there being a thing about a fee. You don't have to keep paying for Artlist. You keep the license for the music. Oh, I see. And yes, I'm going to start with the floof. You know, I may actually need to go back. What is up with my music stopping randomly? What? What? That was unnecessary. Yeah, I definitely need more music if I'm going to be streaming for this long. I didn't think I'd be streaming this long. I don't know what I thought. I guess that can play for now. I mean, if I end up streaming more frequently, it's definitely going to be a worthy investment. I will keep them in mind. But, at this point, I just need a no copyright playlist to keep me going. Let's check this out. Well, we may have to deal with ads for a little bit. I'm gonna play directly from the YouTube and see what happens. You can also use music in clips and videos. I use it for my campaign intro video. Your campaign intro. What are you referring to? I feel like I'm missing something. A song from Artlist. Well, I got that part, but what campaign? Like, are you talking about a D&D campaign, or are you selling a product? I feel like I missed something. I have a little video before we do a campaign session that has the player names with cool vibe and graphics. Okay. That's neat. Oof, this track is gonna destroy me. It's way too repetitive. How does this pass as a song? It's just a repetitive, like, 4-second loop. Like a movie intro. Heck yeah. Oh yeah, this feels way fluffier now. Let's just go about the edges here. Making adjustments and stuff. Try using the smudge tool with the splatter brush. You can get some cool strokes for fur and hair. I do not like the smudge tool, gonna be honest. I don't use it in my work process at all. In fact, I don't know if I'd be able to find it if I tried. Like, I'm open to trying things, but I'm just gonna let you know now it might not go over well. I like the Smudge and Clip Studio much more. You can make it to where you're actually smudging paint and not blur and pull like Photoshop, like finger painting. Yeah, if it was like that in Photoshop, I probably wouldn't mind it as much, but I don't know. Photoshop's smudge tool is no bueno. No buenos were had. It's just not fun. Feels like a mess. Doesn't even feel like you're actually painting. But, like I said, I am willing to try. I just don't even know where it is. I feel like it was a finger smudging icon, but I can't even see that right now. I don't see a smudge icon on my side panel. Maybe I'm not looking hard enough. Oh, maybe it's like a tool that got switched. What is this? It is not that. Ah, yeah, it's under the blur tool. Smudge. Alright, I might try that when I'm good and ready. When I'm good and ready. When I'm, I guess, ready to start painting more definition. Right now, I'm still building the shape. Under bucket. Is that the bucket tool? No, because bucket is under gradient. This one's, it's like a little teardrop. Oh, like underneath bucket. Got you. Yes, it is underneath bucket. I'm doing great today. My brain's doing fantastic once I wake it up. Let me see your fluffy buns. I will make them fluffier just for you. This keychain actually needs to be larger. Did not accurately portray. Well, now I know why this music is copyright free. It sucks! This is not advertisements. We're not here for that. Okay. ready. Maybe the roof, baby. Ah. I am happy. Look at the floof. Okay, I need to fix this chain. It is the right size, it is not the right length. Just gonna drag this boy down. It doesn't have to be perfect. I think that's about right. Alrighty. Now can I start painting? Wait, what happened to my bow tie? Oh, nothing happened to it. Ooh, that black sheep though. Alrighty, I will select the base. And now I can paint the floof. There, that way it's just the floof. I use selections a lot. So I'm just trying to like isolate one area specifically. Use the heck out of clipping masks. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same. It's, you know, it's just whatever's faster for your workflow. I find this, I find this to be a little faster just for me personally, because I don't have to select and deselect a mask. I don't have to tie everything into a mask. I can just hold control and select the layer I'm trying to paint inside. I think it's just up to preference, but it's a similar process still. Watch me spend like another 4 hours on just the fluff. But if it feels fluffy, then I succeeded, right? Oh, no, no, no. You have a layer shape. Then you make a new layer above. Make a clipping mask and it automatically sets to only painting on the... Yeah, that's I understand what you're saying. Yeah. There's 101 ways to do the same thing in Photoshop, and you and I are doing something very similar. You can have like 10 layers on a clipping mask layer. Yeah, I mean, you can have infinite layers on a clipping mask layer. And if you go and paint on the starting layer, it reveals the above layers too. Yeah, and like if you mask out, like, I understand. I know how they work. I used to use them, but I don't use them frequently enough. It's just not really part of my workflow. It feels like, I don't know, my way is faster and a little more convenient just for me and the way I like to work. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with that way, and I have used that way before. It's all about having a clean painting in the end. That's all both processes do. They get you something that you can actually turn in without being embarrassed about turning it in. For me, it depends on what I'm doing. Painting, I'm guilty of one layering. Oh, I have done that. I try my best to separate things as much as possible, and then when something is completed, I'll like collapse all the layers like a dunce, because I'm like, haha, I don't need these anymore. And then like 10 hours later, I realize I shouldn't have done that. But I'm trying to save space, because my files get super huge. No buenos. I don't even do that. But is your process fast? Is it clean? Are you able to do what you need to do without regrets? Or do you make a lot of mistakes and wish that you did use multiple layers? Because I dunce in my head like canvas on computer. Oh, I love you. I hope you accept my love. There's definitely regrets. Editability goes way down when you only paint on one layer. Yes, yes it does. That's one of the main reasons I try my best to multi-layer paint, if that's a sentence. It's a sentence now. This track's not bad. Not gonna lie though, I definitely like my normal music better. I wish it was copyright free so that I could play it. I like listening to video game remixes. And I recently found out, so I thought I liked chiptune, but then I was like, but chiptune's lame. Like when I go to look it up, it's not as good as I wanted it to be, and I'm like disappointed and I don't understand why. Well, then I go and look up, I went to look up chiptune and dubstep mix or something like that, and lo and behold, there's something called chipstep, which is like the beautiful love child that the two genres had, and I'm like, oh, this is what I like. I love it when music has a baby. I think it's good to do a few pieces with no layers and just the starting background. I've done it a few times, but it helped me with getting more confidence. Music flower child. Yes, music flower child. And yes, Necro, I think that is a very daring method. I don't think there's anything wrong with that necessarily, but I do think that if you're gonna do it, it's gotta be for practice and learning. It can't be for a job or for an assignment, because those have way higher expectations, and if you screw up and you need to go back to edit, you're just gonna have lots of regrets. No buenos. It came from having traditional painting experience. Oh, I think it's the equivalent of not using erasers. Yeah, I can see that. And I have like very limited traditional painting experience, and it's not even trained experience. It's just like before I got into school, I used to paint acrylic on canvas, and I had a blast, and I got better, but now I'm like looking back at the pieces I made and I'm like, I got better, but it still wasn't good. But I mean, you only get so far without real training, without, you know, knowing how to even set up your canvas. I just bought the supplies and I was like, I'm gonna go ham! Pretending to be an artist before you become an artist.
The definition.
It's going down. Maybe just lighten that part. Look at this fluffy cotton ball. This beautiful baby. I love him. I don't think we're gonna be able to work on just the fluff for 4 hours. I think this part only took me like 20 minutes. It might not have taken me that long. I'm not actually paying attention to the time. I'm glad Twitch keeps track of like how long your streams are, so I can say how long I spent on my homework. Because I never time myself, but it looks like Twitch is timing me for me. Oh, Rochelle, I don't think you were... Sorry. Nerdbird. Oh my gosh. I don't think you were here for this part of the conversation. But we were talking about, like, painting processes. And, like, I only use black and white. Like, I switch between black and white on super low opacities. Like, if you look in the top bar, I'm at, like, 4%, but I'm painting with straight black. And, I got called out for having a different process. It's not a bad process, just a different one. But that's where that conversation actually started. I just don't think you were here just yet. Working grayscale and adding color later is totally a thing. Yeah, no, that is my process too. But I'm saying I'm not like... I don't know. I'm not blending the way that they teach you to in classes. Like in classes, they there's a different method that they like to teach, and it's like the blending method, I guess. Like that's the actual painting method where you know, you're painting with this color, you're painting with this color. Maybe your opacity is at like 70 or 80%. Maybe it's at 100. I mean, it depends on what you're comfortable with if you have transparency on. But I don't do that. You know, I don't blend that way. I don't color pick. I'm not changing my color at all. I'm not color picking the grays in between. I'm literally just working with black and white, like, like if you, I guess, look up here at my colors, I only have black and white selected. And yeah, just super low opacity, and I don't know. I focus on the actual value, I guess. Instead of trying to blend for the value, I'm just looking at the value, and I just, if it's not dark enough, I just keep going until it is. I don't know. At least I've never seen anybody work in this fashion. Stack it up. Yes, exactly. Like, very intense paint layering. But I like it. It's, I mean, I've been told that I love painting. Like, other people have told me that. I didn't say it. I have found that I do like it. But people have come to me saying, you really love painting. And I'm just like, I guess so. And they're like, no, you have to really love painting to do it that way. To spend 8 hours painting, like, one part. Oh, you're so sweet. Shoot, Necro's a super good painter too, though. When you enjoy the process, you can listen to stuff like that and not... Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna say, the last meeting I had with Michael Buffington, he mentioned to me, like, he said, aside... He was talking to me saying this. He said, aside from you, Necro, insert real name, is the only person I've seen who even competitively paints that way. And when he said that, it hit me. I was like, you know what? Necro is a really good painter. I don't think of it as, like, a competition, like he's saying, but, like, definitely Necro is an amazing painter. Necro, you're quiet. Are you just shy? You gonna come up here and take the credit? Come grab your trophy. Encore, we love you. This needs to be a little lighter. Come get your compliments. I'm flattered, but I think I'm meh. I have too many shortcomings to consider myself a good painter. That doesn't matter, dude. I also have a butt ton of shortcomings. That just means that you're so good you know what's wrong with it. Most people will just look at it and go, whoa, and then you're like, yeah, this part sucks and this part sucks, and like I do that too, and I understand that. But knowing that you're good enough to point that stuff out, like to call yourself out. You're calling yourself out essentially, and you have to be at a certain level to do that. Constant growth is not a negative. Exactly. Yes. Listen to Nerdbird. She knows what she's talking about. Oh my god, I'm super enjoying painting this fluff right now. Like, there's just so much volume, but it's like a tiny bit of volume, and I get to make it look soft, but it also kind of looks like a cotton ball. Ugh! Art boners are a thing. And I get them frequently. So if that creeps you out, maybe I should put an 18 up sign on my streams. Yes. I love this brush because it gives me like a really nice texture. And like, it's a great texture for a lot of things. Like right now I'm using it for the fluff, but then over here I used it for his highlight. And like when I paint stuff that's like dirty and grubby, it makes the perfect dirt, stain, or rust shape. And you can like smudge it a little bit with the transparency on, or you could leave it flat. Like, it's just, I love this brush. I do anyway, cause Sailor potty mouth it. I have spent most of my life not cursing. I didn't say my first cuss word until I think I was either a freshman or sophomore in high school. And I was super upset about it too because it came out on accident. And I was like, my friend was walking home from high school with me one day, and she was all cheery because she was there when it happened, and my mom sees us walk in, and my mom's like, why are you sad and why is she happy? And I was like, I said my first cuss word. And my friend was like, she said her first cuss word. It was super dumb. I don't know, I feel like I see where I want to be. I know where I'm at and where I could be, and it's just constant pressure. Nerdbird, you're sweet, and I love you too. Necro, I completely understand where you're coming from, and honestly, I had to let go and not give two fudges. Not even one fudge. No fudges. Give out none of your fudge. I don't care if you have excess fudge. Don't give it away. Because nobody else deserves to have it. And that means, what that actually means, is you should not be relying on, I guess, other people's judgment and feedback. Don't let your expectations of yourself, I guess, put you down too, because I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to say. I feel like I'm just saying words and it's not coming out right. You have to just let yourself grow. You have to pretend that you are the suckiest person on earth, and that is, thinking that you're literally below the earth, at least for me, thinking that I'm literally below the earth, that I suck so much that nobody wants to see my art. I have to put myself down that much to be able to say, but that's okay, there's no expectation. At this point, I'm just trying to learn. And if I put the focus on just learning and growing and not being this artist that people want to see, I will just become the artist that people want to see. But you really have to step back and give yourself that space. And it has taken me so long to learn that lesson. Like, literally most of my art career, just not really lowering my expectations of myself, but not caring about what everybody else is gonna say or think, or, you know, how do I feel about this piece? Well, I'm not gonna look at it that way. I'm gonna look at it like, how did I feel when I was making this piece? I feel like that's a little bit more important, because, I don't know, you're always going to have these harsh expectations of yourself, but if you at least can point out that you enjoyed doing a certain part of the process, or you're only helping yourself by stepping back, if that makes sense. Love you too, Nerdbird. Have a great day. I feel like this isn't bumpy enough. But Necro, I hope that makes sense and that I wasn't just blathering on and not making any sense. Okay, I need to add some more definition. Oh, this is like super dark. Oh. Okay. Wait. I am realizing this is not quite okay. Don't need this part at all. This needs to come down. Probably have to repaint some of the shapes in here. No, needs to be lower. Because less face, more floof. That's how you get cute. I know what you mean. I've never really cared about how other people felt about my stuff since it was, for the most part, irrelevant to me. I've always just wanted to get to the point where I can make the same type of art that got me inspired to go down this path. In the end of the day, the pressure is what makes me grow. I feel like whenever I give myself the breathing space, it hinders me more than anything. Okay. I guess it just gives me purpose, and whenever it gets too bad, I just switch mediums. Okay. I mean, every artist is different. Everyone, we all have our different methods, our different reasons for doing and all that. I just hope you're approaching your stuff from a healthy standpoint. I would hate to see you like crash and burn. I don't know, just I don't want to see you crash at all. I get a little scared when it comes to my friends. Just try not to beat yourself up, I guess. As much as possible. I know sometimes it's hard. Yeah, it's just hard. I have people that look over me and check in. You're one of them. Aw. That is good, but also learning how to maintain your own mental health isn't a bad thing too. You know, just I know it's really difficult to have the bandwidth to manage everything. You know, your work life, your school life, you have to take your own art education into your own hands when your school's not giving you what you want, which is something you and I are both dealing with. But then there's your health, your mental health. You have to focus on your diet a little more. You know, we're getting older, so our bodies just inherently suck. I know there's a lot, I guess is what I'm trying to say, but trying to manage it isn't a bad strategy. I guess if you find that you can, or, you know, just taking advice from others when it's there. Like if you see that it's good advice, as far as your mental health goes. Not necessarily art advice. Not everyone has good art advice. Alright, we are gonna pay a little more attention here. That is too dark. What are you doing, Mama Sheep? Painting too dark again. Who told you you could do this? Making this super contrasty. I'm gonna have to go back through and fix that. Oh, no wonder that's not painting. I was like, what? It's difficult because there's so much fluff. I probably just need the general shape. Maria's probably isn't even gonna care about all this extra stuff I'm doing, but I care. And you know, I know this isn't like portfolio worthy, but I kind of want it in my portfolio because the subject matter is me. And I like it. So I might try. What happened to the music? What's going on? YouTube. Who decided I wasn't here anymore? Who told you that that was a thing? Not quite achieving the same effect that I want. Maybe I will spend 4 hours on the fur. Actually, I may not need to go much further than this. Okay. Mm. That's just... Oh right, I forgot I was gonna try the smudge tool. I never did. Shoot. Well, let's just make a layer over here and try it out. I don't know if I'm doing that how you imagined it. Ooh. Yeah, that like gets rid of all my texture. Yeah. Maybe I'm not using it right or how you intended for me to use it. I don't like it. Sorry. Where did I put that other layer? Oh, it's under the floof layer. Oh, so contrasty. Try the splatter brush with it. This is a splatter brush. Or am I just, like, super dumb? I feel like I need you to give me a demo. Instructions were not clear. Can you demo me later, like in Discord? I know it's a weird thing to ask. When you used it, the solid brush was selected. Oh! Hold on. Make another new layer. I think I might understand. So I didn't know that you had to select a brush on here. So is it like, wait. Why is nothing drawing? Oh, because it's... I'm an idiot. It's not a brush. Oh! I see. Wow, that is actually a really nice, like, fur edge. It's not the fur I'm trying to do right now because I'm trying to do, like, curly Q, like, poof ball, cotton ball kind of. But, like, put another value down. Yeah, I know. I know I'm an idiot. I'm a dunce. But this is really, this is nice. Ah! I'm kind of just playing now. Look what you did. While I'm at it, does anybody out there want to buy this? It's a low-cost fashion rug that you can hang on your wall. Tis a rug made from a skunk's butt. I have like 5 or 6 brushes I use when I have the smudge tool. Depends on the treatment I want. I rarely use the round brush for it. Interesting. Well, I'm gonna delete this layer because I don't actually need it, but that was really fun, and I guess I don't need a demo after all because I'm just slow. I'm just very slow, and I appreciate your patience during our friendship. The duration of our friendship, which I hope continues to last. The blur tool is the one I use, either a solid round or soft round. What do you use it for? I think the blur tool, like, you can use that to do, like, the wispies that come off a fire, right? Like when an engine is running and you can, like, see the like, heat mirage. But that's all I can really think of that you would use that for. And I personally don't paint heat mirages very often. So I'm super noob. I can show, nope, a quick blend. I can show some examples later if you want, but both give super different looks. Oh, a quick blend. I would like to see you do that in action. I would like to see that in action. Because you have to, like, I'm already, like, drawn to my method. So you have to convince me of why your method works. Why is it good? I need to see it. Just ping me whenever. Okay. Probably not today, because I'm going to be doing this all day. But, let's see. What is today? Today's only Thursday, right? It's the 10th. Oh my god, it's only Thursday! I have so much time to do this assignment. I'm excited! Because I'm going to need all the time I can get. You know, actually, I might have time tomorrow. Saturday, my entire day is going to be dedicated to, like, I have a bunch of meetings, and I'm going to be workshopping with my indie studio and just trying to pump out assets, because we're trying to get a demo out this year. Ooh! One of my classmates yesterday private messaged me, and I added him on Discord, and he told me that he knows someone in 2D animation that might be interested in joining my game project. So I'm like super excited, and I pinged them on Discord. I should probably check that. I'd have to do it in the morning since I have to cover for a coworker tomorrow from 1 to 9. Let's see. That's like 3 to 11 my time. Oh, so if I get on before noon my time, it should work out for you. Okay. Oh, give me one sec. I am going to read a message from the 2D animator. Not sure I will have time. Okay, sorry. I am back. There's a possibility I may be getting a new animator. Kind of sounds like maybe not. hard telling. Ugh, I could just put a contrast filter on this, but what's the fun in that? Alright, I need some highlights. Very subtle ones. I said subtle. Let's go to 2%. I'm painting too heavily again. Oh, I'm kind of getting some bumpies in. I just heard the track I'm listening to. Ooh, much better. Look at all those bumpies. I would like to leave it alone now. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, footies, and let's also paint the face.
Get your little footy.
Probably don't need to be zoomed in quite that much. My foot's not the right shape. I'll have to fix that. Just deselect because for some reason I'm not. Footies.
Give me your shadows.
No. Didn't realize my eraser was all the way up again. This is way too dark. I should probably mention in my Discord in Art Jam that I'm streaming. I did not do that.
Cast shadows. Get your cast shadows here. Get them while they're hot. You got your occlusion, your exclusion, your inclusion, all the clusions. We got 'em hot. Come and get 'em. And if we don't have the clusion you're looking for, we'll make it. We'll make the correct clusion. Something like that. Oh, I've never painted a stuffed animal before. This is gonna be so cute. I'm happy about it, at least. I don't know, this is one of my favorite plushies. It lives in my office. Sorry, it kind of went quiet. I kind of got focused. That is too contrasty. Well, actually, it's not too contrasty. It's not right. He's just wrong. Oh, that is... because it is. Boy, I'm still hungry. I'm hungry for real food. Chips are not doing it.
There's a little baby fit.
So I emailed Cryo Chambers and they said that you can stream their music as long as you link it back to their Bandcamp in the description. This makes me happy for future plans if I decide to stream. How to just the description of your stream? Like how do I edit that? I just recently found out that there's a stream button on OBS. That's how new I am. So I don't know how to make... Oh, edit? Wait, okay, there's title. Oh, okay. Art stream. Well, first art stream. Still life. Digital painting. Category, tags, language. Well, that's the title of the stream. How do I add a description? Interesting. If you figure it out, please let me know, cause then I can start using music that doesn't suck. Also, I'm sorry if you're like dreading my music too. Like extremely sorry. Some of it's not bad, but like I don't even know what's playing right now, to be honest. I have no idea, but I think they mean like the bottom where you have your links. I know there's a way to have something overlaid on the stream that shows the current song being played. Okay, well, Looks like I need to get good. I have some research I need to do. But I am doing homework, so I will not do that now. But thank you for letting me know that this is a thing that can happen. And I will look into it later. And if I find out, I will let you know how to do it. I think I'm done with the footies. Okay, I need to paint the face. Hello, beautiful face. Let us first find your midline. Yes, darling, work that line. Work it. Work it like no other line. You are the line. Where do I draw the line? Here, where it belongs.
And then you got some face bumpies. Little baby bumpies.
Kind of wrinkly up through here. Gonna need some small face cast shadows when we're done.
Not by the hairs of my chinny chin chin. But I don't have hairs on my chinny chin chin. I only have beauty.
I love the confidence of this sheep character I'm voicing. I'm still just really happy about my chain chomp. I don't know. Maybe it's just like feeling proud that I put on my big boy pants and I was like, haha, I painted a chain chomp. Just like seeing the completed product, I guess. I don't know. I'm happy about it, I guess. It's been a while since I've had an assignment where I've had to paint. All the painting I've done recently has just been me painting. Not because somebody told me to. But now the stakes are high. They're not. They're not high. Hype for the stakes. I should probably put the eyeballs in. I'm just kind of like tiptoeing around them right now. Just kind of like guessing where everything is. Okay. let's not use straight black. Let's... That's creepy. Nope, we're not doing that. Sorry, baby. Actually, I think I named this sheep Lala? Or something like that. I don't remember what I actually named this sheep. I'm sure it was cute, though. I name most of my stuffed animals. But the ones that don't get a name, I usually default to BB. Or, this guy's a special case. I got him from the aquarium in California. His name is Frug. I could go for a steak. Oh my god, Necro. If you go for a steak, you gotta send me one too. I'm hungry. You're gonna make me start drooling, and that was not part of the deal. No. That's about right, yeah. Alright. Eyes. Oh, yeah, I'll paint the eyes first and then I'll go back and do the mouth. Oh, you know, it's almost dinner time over here anyway. Might be the thing to do. Like, go have dinner and then come back. Or maybe I won't come back. Oof. I don't know, but I wanna finish my homework today. So should I do a second stream? Should I just end the stream and then come back and start a new stream? Or should I leave this one running with the be right back sign? Wait, I have an intermission sign. Maybe this is what the intermission means. I didn't actually know what I was making the signs for when I made them. I was taking suggestions from friends. And someone suggested making an intermission sign. And I was like, okay, I will make one. You can have a pinned message in chat that says when you'll be back. How do I do that? Send a message. Like, do I just type the message out and then just say, be right back at this time, and then will there be an option to pin it? I'll try it in a minute. I want to finish these eyes before I go anyway. I think you type in chat and I think you right click it to see the options. Okay. Okay. And then right click. Well, that didn't do anything. No. That is not working, sir. Settings. Oh, I think it's a bot. Oh, well, that doesn't help. I could just, like, I'm in Photoshop. I could just, like, write it on my canvas somewhere. And just leave the canvas screen open. I feel so sniffly right now. Oh, get rid of that. It'd be even more amazing if my loved ones were watching this stream and if they just brought me dinner. But they aren't watching. That's okay. I'm not salty. These pretzels are salty. But, like, who wants to watch somebody do homework all the, like, the whole time? Just you, Necro. I am iodine personified. This is why our friendship works. Why are eyes so hard? They're so pixelated. Whoa, that's too dark. Necrosplice, he's still going to grab steaks, right? Artists gotta eat. I got a massage gun on Amazon today and it cost me 50 bucks. Gonna just eat something here at home. I mean, you can still eat at home and have steak. Don't you cook your steak and eat it too? Or are you talking about going out to steak? Because, like, I don't know, I cook everything at home. It's so hard for me to trust people with my food. I mean, I go out sometimes, but not very much. Not really. I do, but the fillets at Safeway are expensive sometimes. Oh, right. California prices. Right. I mean, they're not, like, super cheap here either. But I don't know. All the beef pretty much tastes the same to me, so I don't necessarily get, like, the top grade. I just kind of get whatever was cut into slices and prepackaged for me. A lot of times being an adult means that you don't have time to cut and cook your food. So you just get whatever was pre-cut for the meal that you were trying to have, which is really nice. I appreciate the deli folks for doing that for me. We have a joke here at home that I'm a child and I don't cut my own meat. I do, but if my partner is there, I ask him to do it. I'm mostly talking about the food on my plate, not necessarily prepping dinner. I'll just turn into a 4-year-old and say, "Honey, can you cut my meat?" And he's super sweet. "Do you want your vegetables cut too?" "Yes, please." I don't watch other people paint. I don't watch tutorials or anything, so I don't know if this is actually how other people paint too. Obviously, everybody has their own, like, way of doing things, like, as we discussed earlier, but, like, I'm wondering if I'm the only person who takes this long to paint one thing, or if it's, like, a common thing where people get so drawn into what they're painting that they just forget the world exists and fall into what I'm falling into right now. I usually get a New York strip, but it's expensive for just one meal. Gonna just leave it for one of my cheat days. I hate prepping chicken. I don't like the texture of it. Red meat, though, I can handle with my hands. I personally don't like touching raw meat. I still prep my all my meat myself. I mean, you know, if my partner's there and it's like maybe it's his turn, or maybe I'm like in class and I need him to help me out or whatever, you know. There are scenarios where I'm like, no, I'm not touching the meat. Like, and there's kind of like a wave of relief that secretly goes over me, but I don't like really verbalize it. I kind of just suck it up, take my adult pill, and I'm like, all right, time to cut the meat. Yay. But yeah, I don't actually like cutting any meat. I don't know that anybody really does. I feel like you have to be on the sane side of a murderer, if that makes sense, where you're like, I love cutting flesh, but I would never harm a human, or, you know, I don't know. I don't know if they're sane murderers, if that even makes sense. What is playing right now? Uh-oh. Shoot. This is not no copyright music. My bad. That playlist ended forever ago. Go to YouTube and look up Adhesive Wombat. They are the person that I need to credit for that. Oops. I will go back to the crummy music that I was playing before. Sorry. Just gotta have something playing. Use surgical gloves to cut the meat? I mean, not a bad plan, but I don't know that it makes it much better. Also, though, I freeze all my meat. Like, when I go grocery shopping, I'll put all the meat in the freezer, and whatever I'm using that night, I'll leave in the fridge. But then, like, say I plan on cooking in a few days, so I'll bring meat down from the freezer into the fridge, so it'll take those few days to, like, thaw still in the fridge, if that makes sense. And, when I go to cut it, even though it's fully thawed, my hands end up, like, nearly getting frostbite, like, while I'm cutting it. It's just so cold. Like, sometimes I have to stop in the middle of, like, cutting a chicken breast and just go run my hands under warm water so that they don't, like, freeze. It's not fun. Did not realize that was all on one layer. Huh. And here we were just talking about using multiple layers. Let's just, yeah, we'll just put that all in one layer for now. Sure. We'll start a new layer. I don't like the way the edge of the face is coming off, because, like, I need this value, and I need to, like, give baby Floof some edges. Necro, do you use surgical gloves when you're cutting your meat? Or is this just your advice to me, an unsuspecting potential future user of surgical gloves?
The music keeps cutting out. I do not approve. No, but I use gloves when I oil paint or 3D print. Most of my hobbies have a toxic risk. Oh. I did not realize that either of those things did. Is there really a toxic risk in oil painting? I've never actually oil painted before. The painting I used to do when I was younger was like acrylic painting. Oh, it's not set to black. No wonder it's not getting darker. Also, why is oil painting painful? Or do you just not like it? Ugh, I hate these eyes so much. I'm like, I'm a professional painter, and then I don't know how to freaking do this. Okay. Have an idea.
already looks better. And I didn't even put in that much effort. Let's make this a little darker. I feel like a freaking wizard! Alright, what else needs to be done on the face other than the mouth? Let me fix some of the contrast that's happening here. Or make it much, much worse. I mean, we'll see what happens first, right? Okay, I like that better. I'm gonna paint the mouth and then I'm gonna go attempt to get myself off the computer so that I can finally go have dinner like I keep saying I'm going to. Like the dirty liar I am to myself. That's too long. If I... Yeah. Not the right angle. That is about right. Okay. Let's just get the main value pattern in. Got some darks, we got some lights, got some highlights. And we got this like ribbony texture. I love this brush for this reason. So I have like the mouth shape selected. So it's only gonna paint inside the mouth shape. And then I take my splatter brush and I just use the edges and the tips of it to make a small little texture on it. A little too dark. And then let's take that back to my 4%. Actually, let's take it to 11. We're gonna splatter that too. No, that's coming off kind of. Oh, yeah, cadmium colors are toxic, but not something you want accidentally getting in cuts. Oh, okay, gloves make sense. Plus, mineral spirit and other solvents give off toxic fumes that can lead to lung issues without proper ventilation, and it's painful because it's hard. That's fair. All fair things. Not things I ever would have thought of. Honestly, I guess I assumed that our world was made in a non-toxic way because of how many, like, non-toxic labels are on all the art supplies these days. So I didn't really think I didn't really think it'd be dangerous to start, like, oil painting. I'm kind of glad you told me about it, because I would have just, if I ever started, you know, would have just gone in and died, maybe. No bueno. Excuse me. But yeah, I already have lung issues. Like, you already know I was, like, hospitalized when I had COVID due to respiratory failure. I was literally on, like, an oxygen tank the entire time I was there for 3 weeks. Because my lungs were the first part of my body to try to shut down. So, if oil painting requires proper ventilation, not sure that that's one that I would just so lightly jump into. At least me personally. But yeah, I've heard that oil painting can be challenging, but I would like to try it at some point. But now that I know what you've just told me, I would probably want to take a class for it, because anyone teaching oil painting is probably going to teach you, like, the proper, I guess, safety techniques, too. I would assume, because I'm sure that they want to actually get paid by the student and not have the student, like, end up in the hospital and not able to pay them. I'm assuming. Oh, what am I doing? That's not a light spot. My mind keeps flashing back to Marius talking about occlusion light. And, like, the first time it was introduced to me in school. Well, not the first time. No. The second time it was introduced to me. Oh, yeah, I'd say just do acrylic or gouache. Less toxic, and you only deal with water. It just dries faster, so you have less of a working time. I think you might prefer oil just because of that. Well, I want to play with oils, but, like, I don't think I would like waiting for each layer to dry, to be honest. I actually do get a little impatient when it comes to traditional mediums. But I do still want to try it. But anyway, I was talking about, occlusion light. And, like, so I took analysis of form, like, during one of my very first semesters. Adam Caldwell, wonderful, masterful teacher, taught me so much. And it was ultimately one of the most important classes that I'd taken during my whole, like, college career. Sorry, I gotta send this message. But yeah, analysis of form is where I learned about occlusion light. And, you know, I remember the semester, what was it, like fall 2019, when I took my cubes class. And, sorry, multitasking. I remember when I took the very first day of my cubes class, I remember I originally had a different instructor, and I sat in the class, and like, he was talking about occlusion light, and he's like, you don't have to use it. And he didn't explain it very well. He didn't explain what it was or how it worked or why it was important. He made it seem like it wasn't important. And I was like, oh. No, it's important. I promise. You need it. like, and I had never, ever painted in Photoshop before. You know, so this was like my very first painting class. So I just remember, like, after class that day, I called my advisor and I was like, does Jax's class have any openings? I really want to take her cube class. And she was like, are you sure? I've heard it was, like, way more difficult. Excuse me. I've heard it was, like, the more difficult one. I was like, great, I want the more difficult one because they probably are using, like, occlusion light properly. It, like, kind of reminds me of when I was in high school and my, oh, hold on a sec. Excuse me. My throat is getting so dry. Sorry. I just remember being in my high school literature class. This was like, I don't know, sophomore, junior year, something like that. It was like an advanced AP whatever class. And my instructor, or my teacher, was teaching us, it was grammar time, it was a grammar day or whatever, and he was teaching us about semicolons. And I was like, oh, I know how these work. And like, he had an example on the board. Not an example. It was like a bad example because we had to fix what was wrong with the sentence on the board. That was the whole thing. You came in and the first thing you did for class was you fixed the sentence that was on the board. And so there were like 3 sentences and I fixed them all, and he gives you like 10-15 minutes to try to figure it out. And then he'll call on people. Nobody raised their hands. I was like, I know how they work. I know what the right answer is. And so he calls on me, and I'm like, in the first sentence, you could put the semicolon here, or if you rearrange the sentence, it could go here. And then I was like giving out all these different like examples because I don't know. I've always loved the English language. I've always loved language in general. But like, he's like, yes, those are all correct. Now, class, what is the lesson here? And everyone's like, and he's like, if given the opportunity to use a semicolon, just don't. I was like, what? But they're so easy to use. He's like, I know, but they just make the sentence longer and they confuse the structure. And I was like, no, they don't. They help complete an idea by separating the thought. They actually clear the idea. And he's like, my advice is just don't use them. Okay. We have this entire symbol. It has a designated button on the keyboard. Our language has an entire symbol for the semicolon, and he wants us to not use it. Boy. My heart. Yeah, it's weird for a teacher to say it. Maybe it's because it was the cubes class. You're only using it to ground it for the most part. Yeah, I mean, so it grounds things, but it also adds a sense of realism because it's not only just things that touch the ground. It's literally anything that touches something else. There's like a tiny little line, like there's a crack between my fingers, and that's the occlusion light. It's in like when you look at two walls, there's like a teeny tiny little shadow that comes across one of the walls, and that's occlusion light. The walls aren't even really touching, but it adds depth and realism to the wall, and I feel like that's important enough to not say you don't need to use them. In all fairness, it was a beginner's painting class, but as a beginning painter at the time, I wanted to learn how to do it right, not how to do it easy, if that makes sense. Which I think it makes sense, but that's just me. I might be done with this face. It doesn't look bad. Maybe like a little more something here to this eye. Maybe like a tiny bit of depth right here. And then let's fade out this little chinny chin chin. I think once I get that bow in, it'll look a little better. That's probably what I'm gonna do next when I come back from my dinner break. Okay. Nice. Look at that big old difference. Woo. Okay. Let's see. How long is it going to take me to eat? Maybe an hour, because I think I need to make food or heat up leftovers or something. I think it's just heating leftovers, but I'm going to give myself an hour. Alrighty. I'll just put my glove over my camera. Maybe that'll work. Yeah, I was gonna turn off the music. I'll do that now. But, trying to, like, I don't know. Maybe I can, like, sticky note my camera. Just so I don't have to change the screen. Yeah, that works. Alright. Be right back. We'll...
That's what I've painted so far.
Oh, nice.
Just 2 items.
Yeah, but those 2 items are coming out really nice.
Thank you. I feel like the sheep... I mean, the sheep's not done yet. He still have his horns and his bow tie and his chain. Those parts haven't been touched yet. But once all the parts are individually painted, I plan to go back in and probably adjust his values a little bit. Because, I don't know, I had a big problem with, like, contrast and stuff.
From a distance, this looks absurdly good.
Oh, well, thank you. I was really happy with the chain jump. He was really fun to do.
I'm thinking you should be really happy with all of it right now, because that feels like the fluffy texture of the little sheep.
Thank you. I'll be happier when it's done.
No.
But he's not where I want him.
Yeah.
They can still hear me, so I'm gonna kick you out now.
Okay.
Make sure you shut off this hall light when you get to the bottom. Hello! I have returned. Fix this just a little bit. There we go. Alrighty. Actually, I think the value needs to be, oops, lighter first. Yeah, that's about right, I think. Thank you, Necro. How are you?
Did you work on anything while I was gone? Just doodling the side view. Nice. I'm assuming you're already doing it, but you know there's a method where you like draw straight lines like horizontally so that you can like I guess measure the character like so that the nose lines up and the forehead lines up and the the chest and everything lines up perfectly when you're doing orthographics. I mean, it's harder to do when you're starting with a with a 3/4 turn. But if you're doing front, back, and side, you can definitely kind of cheat it a little bit because it's a flat perspective. It's not like 3/4, so you can use the line method. Also using the same model. Good. Do you have access to the actual 3D model or do you just have access to the screenshots of the model? Just out of curiosity. Because a lot of times I just get lucky and find screenshots, but I also have used ArtPose Pro and just taken screenshots myself there. Like posing the model how I want them and using that as reference.
It's all about humanity.
Screenshots, just not having too much fun with it. Literally just pushing through it. I got you.
It's all about humanity.
I'm sorry. Well, so are you actually like drawing the entire model, or are you just like, because you can just, if you're trying to quick and dirty it, which you totally can, it's concept art, not fine art. There's no such thing as cheating. But if you're trying to quick and dirty it, you can just take the model and lower the opacity and just design over top of it if you aren't already doing that. I do both. I have a paint drawing method, so I just switch between the two.
It's all about humanity.
Okay. Just curious. I am getting really tired.
It's all about humanity.
I tried. Maybe the other way. Me. Good enough. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it. This horn is almost shaped like an awkward ear. It's more ear-like than it is horn-like. I'm super tired. is playing. This is gonna put me to sleep for sure. Okay.
for disaster. A reckoning, you wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your own to cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always gets the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Draw you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel alive. Forget you're running away. Never change, never change. I stopped asking for forgiveness, 'cause you should know only fools tread with the angels. Fear to go, but you keep trying to get me. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment, 'cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving purple bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel alive. So never change, never change. Make me move.
I'm gonna need to go back and fix the values. Again. Close enough. Okay, I'm gonna do the little chain balls. I don't really feel like doing the bow tie just yet. Hey Necrosplice, question for you. What year did you enroll at our school? And second follow-up question, were you required to take analysis of form? Okay, same year as me, and yes, you were. So, I don't know if you caught this yesterday in class, but someone was mentioning that they were like asking like, is that a required course? I didn't take it, and there were like a bunch of people saying they didn't take it. And then the illustration major was like, you should take it. And in my mind, I'm thinking, that was like the most influential class that I took. It was so important. I don't know if it was required, but it was my first class. It was a requirement in 2018 when we enrolled. For concept art, it was a requirement because my partner took it too. All of us had to take it. It was a requirement. I think probably the following year, like 2019, is probably when they removed it from the curriculum. I didn't even know they removed it until that comment came up, but they've made a lot of changes to our curriculum since we enrolled. Apparently, the concept art curriculum is constantly changing. Which, I mean, hooray for updates, but also it's not getting any better, so the updates aren't actually helping, I don't think. I don't know. I was really confused when she said she didn't take it, and then a bunch of people started nodding and agreeing. I was like, oh boy, this is concerning. Like, these people are almost done with their degrees. How did they get away with it? Like, I am concerned. That leads me to the question, though. What fundamental classes were required for them? I know I didn't get much out of that class. Most of the work that felt really beneficial was when I did personal studies at home. Well, your brain works a little differently, but for me, that was where I, like, learned how to render properly. That's where my painting skill comes from. Like, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing right now if I didn't take that class. I needed that class. That was the first class to knock me on my butt. And, like, I went in high school, I was a straight A student. I was so confident when I went into that class. I was like, analysis of form. I don't know why I couldn't test out of this. I was so freaking cocky. For no reason. No good reason. I thought I was so good. I thought I don't know. I was like, I'm a straight A student, even if I'm not a good artist. I'm at least a good student, you know. I'll make it work. Whew. I was right, but goodness, it took so much work. I don't know. That class felt really important to me. I'm sorry you didn't get as much out of it. Maybe you were already at a better skill level, though. I don't know. I don't know. I remember specifically when I first met you in anatomy class, you told me you didn't like rendering, but now you're just like this amazing painter. So how did you do that? How did you flip? Was there a mental switch that needed to be struck? You just have this specific memory of you, like, with your amazing sketchbook, and you're, like, doing these human anatomy sketches on your own time, not even as classwork, nobody's paying you, you're just doing it, and I was so impressed. I was like, whoa. At the time, I was, like, a full-time student with 4 classes, and I was working 2 jobs, and I was like, in my mind, everyone else was working as hard as me, so I was like, whoa, this dude's dedicated. He's doing that, like, in his spare time. Like, he's got a job, and he's taking classes, too, and I'm just... You felt like the next level student, and I still aspire to have some of your traits. Like, you go out of your way to find schooling outside of school, and I really commend that. Like... You're the reason I look for, like, outside of school sources whenever I want to learn something now. Because you helped me learn that my education is in my own hands, and if I'm not getting it, then what am I paying for? You definitely influenced me. In, like, the best way, though. What am I listening to? It sounds like whoever is singing is, like, drunk. Sure, we'll go with fast EDM. That'll keep me awake, maybe. Thank you. I got better at rendering when I was doing figure studies and portrait studies during my own studies at home. I did it during the cubes class, and that's why I didn't do most of the homework, and I still don't really like rendering. Okay. But see what I'm saying? Like, you're telling me you got good on your own time, not because of a class. That's what I'm saying. Like, you take things into your own hands so much. And I don't know if you're doing it specifically because you're not getting the education you want, or if it's specifically because you're, like, trying to work at your own pace. I don't know. But either way, it is highly commendable that you're doing it kind of just on your own. I don't know. I came to art school because there was a lot I couldn't teach myself. I was not a self-starter or a self-learner at the time. I had trouble just following tutorials. There was so much I didn't understand. There were so many foundational blocks that I just didn't have. And honestly, going through school for me was the best choice. And I know there are lots of people out there who are like, don't go to art school, it's a waste of money. And I'm like, well, it's not a waste of money if you don't piddle around and waste your time. But yeah, it can be a waste of money if you're not going to take it seriously and if you're, you know, going to be there for the college experience and not for an art experience. Like, it depends. It really depends on the person going, I think. I hate seeing those videos that are like, why you shouldn't go to art school, or art schools you should look out for. And it's just like, look, if you're trying to get basic drawing skills, I absolutely recommend an art school. I've been to community college, and maybe the community college I went to wasn't that good, but I don't know. Maybe I feel like I need more opinions on this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I don't think community colleges have good art programs. I don't think that they're teaching what needs to be taught. I think it's a great first step to find out if you want to go to art school, but I don't think it's a good step to get an art degree from a community college, if that makes sense. I don't know how I got on this tangent. It's so hard to render specific values when they're so small. I think the only thing that looks weird is this part, and I'm just gonna try to fix that real quick and maybe be done. just don't want to do the bow because I know I messed it up. The biggest reason for me is because I'm impatient. I hate taking a long time on something and not seeing progress. I go in there and roughly block stuff in. My brain needs to see the change. I prefer shorter paintings and not lingering in projects. That's why one of my biggest shortcomings is committing to long projects. Alright, I kind of understand that. Like, I understand it, but at the same time, I kind of like longer projects. I don't know. Once my brain clings to something, it likes to just do that thing. Yeah. Sorry. I might have said something else, but nope. there was nothing else to say. Oof. I am going to run to the restroom really quickly. I'll be right back. I have come back. Wow, I've been streaming for like 7 hours. I am starting to get really tired. I think I'm just gonna finish off this little sheath BB and call it there. I'm gonna do the bow tie and be done. Just out of curiosity. Oh, alright, never mind. Necro, are you tired yet? Like, you've been on this entire time. I feel like you should be, I don't know, tired. I'm used to 12 to 15 hours of work. That cannot be healthy, dude. I can't do that anymore. I used to do that. That's what was killing me. That explains why you're on all the time, though. You're, like, constantly on Discord or just always ready to work on your portfolio. Like, I guess kudos to you for having that stamina, but just, you know, to make sure you're taking care of yourself, too. I usually have a few files open so I can switch between projects and BS doodles to keep my mind and eyes fresh. That is a really, like, thoughtful plan. But I am mostly concerned about your health and mental health, not so much about, like, your ability and stamina, like, when it comes to, I guess, keeping yourself awake and fresh. I'm mostly worried about you as you the person, not you the artist. But yeah, the whole, like, 12-hour working gig, I can't do that anymore. Like, 12 to 15 hours straight. I have to have a break in between. I have to have like mental rest. I have to go for a walk. I have to, I can't just sit here anymore. It drains your life if you let it. It's not the correct angle, but I'm not even concerned anymore. I'm too tired to go back. It works. I stretch and lay down. I do like 4 or 5 1-hour breaks. Oh, okay. There you go. That makes more sense. I thought you were saying that you just work 12 to 15 hours straight. I was like, oh boy. No, okay. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, I can kind of do that. I still try to. I have my work days and I have, I used to have my break days, which were not very frequent at all, unfortunately. But now I don't really have break days. I have, like, break times. I try to make it so that work or drawing or painting is not the one thing I accomplish in a day. I try to set it up so that, okay, at this time, if my alarm goes off, I'm going to go on a walk. After like 3 or 4 hours of working, maybe I'll go play a video game or I'll watch a movie. Or, maybe I'll just lay on the couch and like do nothing for a while. Like just stare into space. Maybe I'll grab like the iPad and play a dumb like mobile game. Because I like dumb mobile games. I like the brainless ones. Like, I play merge games. But it's not all bad. Because I'm designing a merge game right now for my my mobile class. So that's exciting. I think it is, at least. It's a merge / tower defense game. It's a lot more interesting when you read all my notes about it, but I might make it a real game, so I don't want to put too much out there. Alright, time to do the button. get that ellipse correct. I remember taking analysis of form, and I think I mentioned before I had Adam Caldwell as my instructor, and he was amazing. He was great. You know, he called me crazy a few times, but that's because I was overworking for just drawing straight lines. But I remember, what was I gonna say? Oh, I remember him, he would make us do exercises when we first came in to, like, you know, you're supposed to, you know, take the charcoal and you hold the pencil correctly and you draw your straight lines across, and then you draw your ellipses, and then, you know, you're doing all your art exercises that you're supposed to do. You're supposed to warm up before you start drawing, like, on a regular basis, but nobody actually does that. But you're supposed to. And so he had us do that. And I remember at one point he mentioned to the class, you cannot get through your art degree without being able to draw ellipses. And I was like, I'm gonna be the one. I'm gonna be the first. Because, I don't know, I feel like my ellipses have gotten better. I don't necessarily think I can just draw a perfect ellipse on the fly. Like, I can draw some pretty perfect looking circles. I can draw pretty straight looking lines, but when it comes to ellipses being in perspective, I feel like everyone and their mother has always been able to call me out. I just can't ellipse very well. I don't know, I feel like this ellipse is fine, though. I mean, it looks kind of like the reference, so maybe my instructors just don't like me. I don't know. They all like to call me out for my ellipses. Always. Every class. And I'm like, but I'm so successful. I've had an industry job, and I've gotten straight A's, and I've sold professional commission work, and do I need this? Do I need this skill? And I'm just over here tooting my own horn, and they're telling me, no, go back to the drawing board and learn how to draw ellipses. And I'm like, ugh, okay, I'll work on my ellipses some more. And every year, I work on my ellipses more and more. And I still get called out. And I know they're getting better. I know there's a point. Like, I feel like as good as I get as an artist and as a student and just in general, just as good as I get, no matter what, I feel like my personal art development journey will always come back to, but did you learn how to draw ellipses? Like, let me see, like, in 20 years from now when I'm a professional, like, they're putting this much pressure on my ellipses at this point. You know how they say, like, you know, nobody cares if artists have a degree as long as you have the portfolio to match your skill level. That's all companies want to see. And it's like, okay, that's fair, that makes sense. And then people are like, you know, there are some jobs, you know, where you need a degree. And it's like, well, nobody's going to go back and say, well, you know, you got a B or a C in this class, so we can't hire you. It's like, no, nobody's going to look at your grades. Like, nobody cares. You got the degree. But I fully expect, at this point, because of how much my ellipses have been picked at, I fully expect that I'm going to be at a company in 10 or 20 years from now. And my art director is going to come to me and tell me, I need you to draw an ellipse in front of me right now. And yes, this is a test. And I'm just going to sit there and I'm going to be like, oh shoot, this is the ellipse. This is the ellipse I have been trained to draw for the past 25 years. This is the ellipse that's going to get me promoted. This is the ellipse that's going to pay for my new house. This ellipse. This is going to pay for my children to go to college in the future. This is the ellipse. I'm fully expecting it, and if it doesn't happen, I'm gonna come back to this art school and I'm gonna tell people, no, you can be a professional artist without being able to draw ellipses. I'm gonna do a whole presentation on it. I'll do it for free. I'll just come into the classes and I'll give a lecture on ellipses. It'll be like a whole 30 minutes where I just talk to the classes about why they don't need to have perfect ellipses. End rant. I get anxiety when I don't do work on stuff for too long. Sometimes I'll play games for a while, but I'll try to play something that has the same theme as what I'm working on. That's why I play so much Dark Souls and Bloodborne. That makes sense. I don't do that. My partner does. He, like, if he's trying to, you know, get into, I think it's Gearbox, he'll, like, play Borderlands or one of their games. Or just, like, whatever studio he's, like, striving to get into at the time, he'll play some of their games and, like, yes, he enjoys the gameplay. It definitely feels like he's taking a break. But at the same time, he's, like, paying attention to the aesthetic. He's paying attention to how they built the world. Sometimes he'll even look at the mechanics. We learn a lot from playing games, actually. We get new ideas for new mechanics. He and I have so many Trello boards right now. Just full of ideas, full of mechanics, full of artwork, full of stories. We have so many ideas just floating, like, waiting to happen. They do be hard, and you can do planes in perspective and do an ellipse inside it to guide you. I know, but that's not the point, though. Like, I could use guides. I could make it really easy for myself. And, like, with this, not the class I'm painting this for, but my other class, the class I'm making mobile game assets for, we are actually doing an isometric style game. That's what the assignment is for this whole semester. We're going to be making assets for an isometric style game, so all the assets need to be in isometric. And yes, for that, absolutely, I will use, like, a perspective grid and, like, do the whole, like, let me draw the square first, and then I'll draw the ellipse inside the square. Like, that makes sense. But I'm talking about all the instructors that want you to draw the perfect ellipse in perspective the first time on the fly. And they specifically want you to do it like this. I'm waiting for that ellipse test. That's the one. That's the one that's going to get my dream house and my promotion, and that is the one. Okay, that bow tie did not turn out horrible at all. I'm actually very happy with it. I have some value adjustments I need to do, so I'm going to zoom this out and look at everything. Okay, so I'm literally just going to paint it on. I could use a curves layer, but just want to lighten a few areas, like behind this chain area. Lighten the face a little. Actually, you could use a little bit of shadow right here. Just a little bit. I think I added a little too much. Dang, he feels so soft and fluffy. I'm excited. Look how fluffy he is. He looks so soft. There are some areas that could be a little more real. Let's visit those areas. Let's look under the bow tie. He needs some shading. Needs some extra value. Right in here. Step right up, get your values here. Hot, fresh values. It looks like I don't have enough bumpies here, too, though. It's a little too much. I'll go and revisit that in a second. I need to get me shaders and me bumpies. I don't know what that accent was. Don't ask. I can't answer that. I'm sorry. Mostly sorry that I, like, raped your ears with it. Let's give this a little lighter value.
When you feel the world is over. When you
It's like my shadow kind of got laid over.
if you ever need a shoulder, you know where to find me. Stargaze in all the city lights. Breathe me in, go on, take it right. How hard to make you come alive.
Speaking of perspective, though, you would think that that's the class where, like, the ellipses would matter the most, but actually my instructor told us, like, if you draw on an iPad, there's, or, like, in Photoshop, like, if you're doing everything digitally anyway, why do you need to, like, know ellipses? And I was like, thank you! And then I get into, you know, other digital classes, and they're like, nope, you gotta learn how to draw ellipses. You gotta do it yourself. It's a lot faster than using, you know, the tools. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'll keep trying then, because clearly this journey isn't over.
Feel the world is over. When you say you feel alone,
Let me check on those values.
need a shoulder. You know where to find me. In all the city lights. Breathe me, go on and take it right. Count calling to make you come alive.
I think if I'm gonna end up streaming this again, I need to find better music first. And to do that, I need to figure out how to credit the better music. Because I do not want to use this playlist again. Was not a good time. This needs to be smoothed out a bit. if I just turn it down because I don't want it smoothed out that much. Yeah, I mean, it's not like perfectly believable. I think the chain could be better. I think the horns could be better. I think the eyes could be better. But you know what? I need to be done. Or I will never leave this thing alone. Speaking of not leaving it alone, I already want to go back and fix some of the fluff. Oops. It was supposed to be white. And also on 4%, not 7. Ah, it looks so fluffy. I love it. I'm super happy. Super happy with the floof. Alright, if I'm ever gonna be done, I have to call it now. Alrighty, well, folk, one folk, bro. This is the end. This is the end of today's journey. Holy goodness, 7.5 hours. See, I did not know I'd be streaming for that long. Looking spanky. I don't know what that means, but I'm going to pretend that that is a compliment. So thank you for calling it spanky. I am going to screenshot it so that I can post my progress on the social media. Let me know if you still want that demo tomorrow. Just let me know what time in PST so I can set up an alarm. Tomorrow's Friday. And you said you could do it like, okay. I'm gonna pass for tomorrow because I think that I'm gonna need a break in the morning. Like, I like to take my time in the morning. Like, my morning lasts until like almost noon. And by that time you'd be like getting ready for work, I think. Or wait, you said you were leaving 1 p.m.? No, you start your shift 1 p.m. PST. Oh, so that's like 3 p.m. my time. My brain is super tired. Here's my phone. Let me... Yeah, I could probably set an alarm for that. That's not a big deal, because my brain's already forgetting what time. Oh my god. Okay. 1 o'clock my time would be like 11 o'clock. I come back at 10 my time, so if you want to do it in the weekend, it's cool too. Yeah, that'll be like midnight my time though. No, we could do tomorrow if you want. I just had to super jumpstart my brain to remember. So it would be 1 p.m. my time. And that would be 11 a.m. your time. Does that work for you, 11 a.m.? Cool. Cool. All of the cool. I am exhausted. I cannot believe I painted 2 objects in like 6.5 hours. Have a good night. Thank you so much for joining my stream. And I will see you tomorrow.